turn my mic up. Let me know if the game is too loud. Last time I looked at my VOD for Pokopia, I was really quiet in it and the game was super loud. Hi! Hi Sin, hi Shark! Sin, I finished my application for the creator program. I hope my answers were okay. We're back to Celeste. Let's go. I finished. I included my like channel trailer and just like clips I found funny. I didn't know what else to include. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be a feather here or something? Or do I need to swim? I finished mine too, but I feel like they won't care about me. Oh, you don't know that. They said no creator is too small. That's what they wrote on their page. Like, I think you'll be fine. You don't need to be a cute puppy girl. You're a cutie fox. Kitsune. Foxy Kitsune. I'm trying to figure out this game again. It's been a while. Foxy. I think I can control where this thing goes. Ah! Sharky! Sharky! What the? Did I spook you earlier? I saw you launch Celeste. No, you didn't spook me. I was just like, oh! Shark, I figure like when I launch things, people kind of know that I'm about to go live, so they pop in, which makes me happy. What in the world? Oh, I know. Sorry, I would have gone live earlier, but we went and got, this place we like was, like, giving away $5 pizzas, $5 7-inch pizzas, and $1 ice cream cones, and my god, it took forever for us to get our pizza. Because it was packed. Yeah, to celebrate the first day of spring, they were having, like, a special deal. Did that make you laugh? Ring, 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 ring. Control where this thing goes. Ah! I'm so dumb. Frick. I don't play 25 hours of Pokopia. I've only played 25 hours in total of Pokopia. He's lying. Shark is telling lies again. Oh, I could've. Oh my god. if I had it, we'd be playing even more. Sadly, you can't do the story with a friend. But yeah, you can like have your own world, like Minecraft. Yeah, it's not like a co-op story game. Lame. I agree. Frickin' frick. I hate this part. At least I'm getting better at it. Ah! Bruh. No, don't go back to your freaking home. Don't go back to your house. Oh my, I can't. This is how this is gonna be, isn't it? Tonight, we suffer. We suffer together. Oh my god. What if we suffered together? No! Why? Go up. You gotta time it like perfectly. I made it past that area. It can only go uphill from here, right? Right! Oh my. This feather's hard to control. I wonder... I don't even know the keyboard controls. How was everyone's week? Tell me all about it. Shark, did you get your Switch yet? Did you get your Switch 2 yet? You said the weekend, didn't you? It got delayed? But why? What's the date for it now? Charged yet, so I may run around and see if I can pick one up. If you have a Sam's Club membership, I think I got a discount. I think I got like $30 off. Because isn't the Switch like $4.99 regularly? Like $500? Or is it like 4 something? I don't know. But I got mine for like $4.88 from Sam's Club. It's 500 if you get MK World with. Yeah. They are running low, I heard, on those bundles, so it would probably be wise to get like the bundle, just so you have it. That's what you have on order. I see. Yeah, you can't get the. Sadly, you cannot get the Mario Kart bundle at Sam's Club. What the hell? How? Ah, I see. I've only been to my local Target, but they don't have it. Yeah, Target was low. Walmart didn't have any. Walmart actually had like 1 copy of Pokopia left, so I just went ahead and bought it before I bought my Switch. GameStop, the closest one is 50 miles away. Jesus. JJ! Thank you for the 80 stream streak. I'll figure out Pokopia later, but that'll also be a problem. I would just buy the game outright. Like, if you are at Target, just buy it. Because, I don't know, I feel like they're low with that too. And I'm kind of like depressed that it's just a key card, it's not like the actual game. Well, it's at the actual game, but it's just a key card. I just bit the bullet and bought it digitally like I did with Animal Crossing. Oh, really? I wanted a physical. I think I might have a field trip. Yeah. Also, if you need money for Nintendo Switch Pro, just tell me how much. Nintendo Switch Plus. Nintendo on Nintendo Online Plus, not Nintendo Pro. Oh my god. Sorry, my brain is not working. Yeah, I still owe you. I'm sorry I haven't sent you the stuff. The NSO expansion pass. Yes, thank you, JJ. I was like, Mashi's giving out free consoles? Oh. You know, I wish I was a sugar mommy sometimes. I buy my friends all the stuff. Mashi, I need $20. You need $20 for what? My sister used to ask me for $20 for a vape. I don't have the money to be a sugar mommy is what I'm saying. I got paid enough for the down payment, so I'm fine. Oh, that's good. That's good. I will send it. I will send it soon enough. Let's see. So I need to get this to go here. And then I need to make it go down. Okay, I'm gonna run off to Target. I'll be back maybe in an hour. Okay. Mashi, why aren't you pokoping?
All my fellas.
Da, da, da. All my fellas. Da, 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 da. Because I promised myself that I would beat this game. Fingers crossed for Sharky. Gigi's yelling again. Hi. Gigi's making a fuss again. Ah! How the frick did I do it the first time? How did I do it the first time? Oh! What's our goal? Where are we going? Oh. It was so close. It's over now. Why won't she leave me alone? I hate her. But she's a part of me. I'll never be able to get rid of her. And she was right. I couldn't climb the mountain. Oh! Did that stay open? Did that stay open? It did! Oh, that's not gonna work. Unless I'm smooth about it. No, that's not gonna work. Oh no, not another one of these. Ah! 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Ah! Nya! Nya! Hi. It's fun to say your name. good. I'm good. I'm glad it's the weekend. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ah! 1, 2. 1. Ah! I slipped. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ah! Hyperventilating. Whoa! How did I go so far? Ah! Oh my god. 1, 2. 1. I can't reach. Cat girl Mashi win? I don't think I'll ever be a cat girl. Unless... 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ah, my god. Become Fox. You want me to be Fox? I'll become like a... I'll get like a... Mako. Mako. Mashi better as Doggo. I'll do like a... What is it? Ninetales design. How are you, Mako? Ninetales wagging. Ninetales a wagging. Damn it. All 9 of them just going crazy. But or it can be like Vulpix. A cutie Vulpix. What the? Have an ad in like 2 minutes, I think. Oh, I was so close, chat. I could taste it. I could taste the freaking cassette. Hi, Hams. How are you? Oh, I missed it. Chillin'. How was your week? Try not to dodge. Too late. Too late. Too late. 6B to save time. Huh? Snowshiny, how are you? Ad starts in a minute. I maybe got sick, felt terrible on Thursday. Luckily, Bunny has good pain meds right now because she had to get surgery. She had a surgery, so I had a super ibuprofen and it worked. Oh, that's good. Marty, Marion, Tinsley, dough and dishwasher. Huh? Snowshiny, you're scaring me. Okay, bye, have a good day. Bye, have a good day! Bye, have a good day. Have a great day. Have the day you deserve. Bunny! I've been at least a bit high every... What did you have surgery on, if you don't mind me asking? Are you okay? Have you recovered? Goodness. I had a hysterectomy because I was growing weird stuff. Oh no! Kestek, hi! Oh my goodness, that's so scary. How do you feel? I'm not even half recovered yet. How are you? Are you still like on bed rest? I would hope so. Yeah, still a week out from working. Oh my goodness. I hope it helped. Like, I hope the weird stuff is gone for good. Well, obviously it's gone for good. I mean, it's 8 weeks total. Oh my goodness. Oh god, oh god, oh god. One, two, one, two. Oh my gosh. One, two, one, two. No, we have to land on the second one. When I count, I mess up. Your stuff is gone. 5% chance of endo comes back, however. Oh no. What the? How do people do this without dashing? It's so hard. How are you feeling about Celeste? I'm trying to get used to it again. It's a struggle. It's been like a month since I've played it. I really like it. I'm not getting the timing right. La 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 la. Oh my goodness. This is the only reason I'm not playing Pokopia right now, because I want to beat this game. Slow down. Whatever. Whatever. It's like, bloop, 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 bloop. I feel like the music's going faster. I've been avoiding Pokopia streams so I don't get spoilers. Yeah, avoid. Everyone's playing it right now. It's kind of hard. Even like... Hi, Sunny. How are you feeling? I saw you weren't feeling well. Even if you like search a video on YouTube. All of my YouTube is Pokopia stuff. Okay, I'm not even paying attention. A bit better, but not great. I'm sorry. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream at least? Gave me a bit more energy. I'm glad, yeah. I need to jump in that dash for that. Oh. Ah! Some good rest and soup. Get some soul! That'll make you better. I don't know what I was trying to do there. Soul of a healthy person. I give my soul to Sunny. Soup for my soul. I can never type, it's okay. It's a baby! Gigi! We got Gigi a laser pointer. He loves it. Baby! Gigi! Gigi! This is the run. This is definitely the run. This is definitely the run. No, this is definitely the run. Trust. For believing in me. I will do my best to impress you. This one right here? This is the run. Okay, let me unsweatify my hands. It's that right there, that darn thing right there. You already impressed me, Mashy. What'd I do? I haven't done nothing to impress you. Ah! been a shining light in a very negative world, and that's impressive. Oh, you're so sweet. I just keep all the negativity bottled up inside until I explode. Behind the scenes. We could use a bottle of Mashi Smile. Mashi Smile. My first merch, Mashi Smile. Well, maybe go to therapy for that. I should. I'm not denying that therapy is very useful. Yeah. No. Okay. Actually, you know what this is? The run. This is it. This is the one. This is the one! Okay, I'm gonna lock in, okay? Mind if a white girl lock in real quick? God dang it, I'm like not timing it well. Get it, white girl? What? Mind if a white girl, lock in real quick? Get it, white girl? Do it, lady. That timing is different than the other timing! Oh no. When the first block is missed, that's not the run. No. That's definitely not the run. Stop saying it's the run when it's not the run! That's not the run! You don't have this. That's better. Give me negativity. Reverse psychology. This is definitely not the run. This is definitely... This is definitely not the run. No. I was correct. Okay. That's actually the jump. Ah! You guys are so funny. What is my baby crying about? What is my baby crying about? You have food and water and love and attention. And Snuggles. Is this what you want? This? Catnip? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Catnip? I don't know where to put this. Here, I'll put it on your little scratcher post thing. Get it, Gigi. Give him the cat drug. I gave him a little bit of cat. Food, water, and Snuggles. Man, I wish I was Mashy's cat. Do I give up? Am I going too fast? Almost. Oh my god, I just did a loop-de-loop around that freaking block. Try landing on the pink block to get my dash back. I'll try. I'm counting in my head, so sorry if I don't respond to your messages. I need it to slow down because I know it's like, I feel like it speeds up. No, maybe not. Maybe I'm just crazy. Ha. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ah, it's hard to dash back to that before it goes away. Okay, I will go to the blue, not the pink. Crazy You got this. Believe in it. Believe in the lucky cat toe beans you can squish. Mr. Gilded just followed. Hello, Mr. Gilded. Welcome to my stream where I show off how bad at Celeste I am. See, it's really hard to jump back to that blue one, or that pink one once you're on the blue. Because I don't have a dash. Oh my gosh. Yes, dance. Dance with my emotes. What in the... Okay. Now that that's out of the way, we can get back to the real game. I think about her when she says that to me. Really freaking right through me. And when I see her dancing, when I take her dancing, getting a little closer, and maybe get to know her. Gigi, are you high? Are you high right now? You have catnip on your head. He has catnip on his head. Now switch to Phocopia.
Wow, that's awesome.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Wow, that's awesome.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you for the hydrate. Hi, I was brought here with a raid some time ago and hoped I would find you live sometime. Keeping the tab open. Thought I followed, but I guess I forgot. It's okay. Thank you for following. And thank you for coming back to me. You did the thing. It was the scram of Gigi or Mashi celebrating. Both. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do with this? I wonder... Oh my gosh. This might be a breakable wall. No, that's not a breakable wall? You have a very cute model, so I had to come back and check you out. I must say, very cute voice too. Thank you so much. That's so kind. I love when people compliment my voice, because I used to be like very self-conscious about it. Because I don't know, I always was told I talk weird or I don't know. people from high school and middle school. Is that a breakable wall? I can't tell. Your tail wagging on your model is also adorable. My heart is burning with cuteness. it wags when I'm happy. I'm kind of lost. Any criticism I get before the age of 21, maybe 25, is irrelevant. Your voice is adorable. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I don't hate my voice anymore. I used to. Or I used to not hate it, but I couldn't really listen to it without cringing. I've since then desensitized myself by listening to my clips over and over again. Ad starts in 15 seconds. I have a needy boy, don't I? Gigi. I think most people have that problem. Yeah. I've know a lot of people who have a problem listening to their voice. Like, how do I get used to my voice? Just do what I did. Keep playing your clips. To somehow bring it all the way down here and then up. Ugh. For your voice, some people can be so critical when they are jealous of something they envy. Aww! I think you have an adorable voice. Thank you so much. What, if you don't mind me asking, what stream did you come from? I don't know if you can hear me because ads. Okay, now I switched to my phone. I'm sure I'll get an ad any minute. Oh, I was just asking whose stream you came from. Bring him through this. It looks like it was Onyx. Onyx. Maybe you have to shoot straight up? Yeah, I tried that. It doesn't really... I said, oh, Onyx. 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 Oh my gosh. I'm trying to remember. You're upsetty? Why are you upsetty? What the? I gotta go have a good night. Okay. Have a good night. The Final Fantasy thing wound up costing $70. What Final Fantasy thing? It was dumb. I could have possibly have been an emote. It could have possibly been an emote of yours used in her chat, and I liked it so much I had to check it out. I did have around 230 channel points before I followed, so I was there for a little AFK. Ah, I see, I see. I'm glad you like my emotes. I love my emotes. I see, I see, I see. Oh my goodness, I see where I need to go. Oh my goodness. I got the Switch too, but I also picked up a Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering thing. Oh. So I got the Switch 2 successfully, but I got a Magic the Gathering product that's Final Fantasy themed and it was too expensive. Oh no, I'm sorry, Shark. Ah! How did my head not get smashed? I do not know. Oh my goodness. I did it to myself. But you love Final Fantasy. I'm trying. But you don't play Magic? Why did you get Why did you get it then? I'm a big lover of art of all kinds and I love emojis with how expressive they... Yeah, I love emojis. I canceled the Amazon Switch 2 order. Pretty cardboards. Pretty cardboards. I think if you wanted to learn Magic, Pumpkinzilla, Shade always play it. They could probably teach you. If you were interested. I learned how to play once back in college. Oh my. Oopsie. I wish I had more people to play Magic with me. Oh, you play Magic too? I never learned. I mean, I think I get the gist of it. It's like I've played Hearthstone and Gwent and games like that. I'm a stork as I have bits and pieces to do, but I'm really glad to have caught you live. I look forward to hopefully catching more streams soon when I can watch and chat more. Okay, thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Ah! What do? I played Hearthstone for like 6 years, but it got so insanely expensive. Like I spent $50 and only got 1 legend. Yeah, that's insane. I hate Hearthstone for that reason. It's very pay to win, I feel like. What the? Oh my god. Accepting your death. Okay. I know what to do now. I think I know what to do.
Damn, boy, were you just frying chicken in there? For real, though. You piss loud as fuck.
I like the
think that's
sound
pretty
effect
cool.
a lot. And then he sleeps. Gosh dang it. Oh no! Am I at the part? Thwomp? Yeah, that's the Thwomp. Yeah, that's the right name. Guys, I miss Rinfinite. I didn't get to have my Sapphic Sunday, so I'm like withdrawing from Rinfinite. It's my fault. I was feeling lazy that day. Me too. Have fun, Mashi and chat. Have fun. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the alert. Where's Rin? I don't know. Probably playing Pokopia. What's up, Farty McFarting Pants? You're farting. You're Sharty McShart Pants. Shut up, I'll kiss you. Hi, Peace. Shut up, I'll kiss you. Just felt like causing a little chaos. You chaos. You chaos causer. Guys, tomorrow I get to stream with Peas. I'm so happy. Peas, Pumpkin, Zilla, and whoever wants to join golf. Cox, hi! Fox, hi.
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 Wow, that's awesome.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Wow,
awesome.
that's awesome.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's awesome. Oh shit. I have to do laundry tomorrow. I do laundry on Sundays. Oh my goodness. Good night, hams. Take care. I do sexy time on Sundays to spite God. What do you classify as sexy times? Twerking practice? That sounds really funny. I would like to see. Oh my gosh. Maybe... Gotta wait for Sunday. You can't do it before Sunday. Bruh, 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 bruh. Ah, bruh. Gosh. You know, I haven't seen a strawberry in a while. What am I watching? You're watching me fucking suffer. Deal with it. No, I keep going up instead of to the side. Golf clap. I like these little thingies. No, I missed it. Why are you saying gross? Oh, hold on. Was I bald? What did you expect? What did you expect? I'm bald. Bald. White ears.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
Me, all the time. Fuck you! Here, I won't be bald anymore. Me, 24/7. Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust. Me when I eat too much food, which is all the time. I be eating. Peas, I got my stuff for my sausage McMuffins. I'm excited. Fuck you. Gigi. Aw. Gigi fell asleep on his catnip. Ah, shit. Yeah. He's a partier. Gigi, did you get too turnt? Oh, hello again. Of course you're here. I'm calling it quits, I see. No, I fell. It's over. That's probably for the best. The mountain doesn't pull any punches. Yeah, I get it. I wasn't strong enough to climb your stupid mountain. You can laugh at me again if you want. I didn't mean actually laugh. Sometimes you gotta know when to throw in the towel. You'll get over it. You know what? I had a lot of time to think climbing out of this cave, and I'm already over it. That part of me was right. I can't do this. I'll just go home to my sad life and be miserable forever. You clearly aren't over it. Shut up, I know. I don't want to give up. No matter how hard I try, she sabotages me every step of the way. A lot of kids come here to climb this mountain only to give up. It's a shame that you fell. I was starting to think you'd make it. What makes me so special? I've never met someone so angry at themselves. Ha 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 ha. Honestly, I thought you'd reach the summit just to spite yourself. Gee, thanks. The girl you're talking about, it sounds like she's holding you back. Talk to her. Figure out why she's so scared. You think she's scared? Guess I never thought of it that way. Stop wasting both of our time, and ask her. What have you got to lose? She's scared of being abandoned? goodness. Oh goodness. Can I hang out with him in the closet? He's not in the closet. He's by my computer tower, just sleeping in his catnip. He's okay. Ah! Okay, go in the closet then, you weirdo. Am I falling deeper into this fucking... Oh wait. Ah. Damn. Gosh dang it. Only if Gigi comes, we're gonna snuggle and stuff. Ah! There she is, looking for me. I thought you were done with me. That was a mistake. I'm sorry. You think you've got it all figured out. You think you don't need me. I said I'm sorry. We need to move past this. You expect me to trust you? You aren't innocent here either. But I know you're scared. Look, we're at rock bottom. There's no point in fighting. I can keep digging. I could pull us down to the center of the earth. What would be the point? Let's climb out of here. Together. Come close to me and I'll make you regret it. What just... Oh. Oh my god. Aw, man. See, I really like these. I really like these little, end zone things. Let me love you! You're a part of me! Oh my. Oh my gosh, I just freaking went right into it. Oh, you mother trucker. You shot a little thing at me. That's cheating. Ouch! I didn't realize those things were gone. Let me love you. Let me love you. No. This music is so epic. Damn. Ah, fuck. Oh my gosh. I was like standing on the tip of my toes on that platform. My tippy toes. It's so satisfying when I like can get through a whole section without dying. Fuck. That little ball. Oh, that's gonna fall on me. I can't step on it. Oh, shit. No. I'm gonna reach you. I'm gonna make you love me again. I'm gonna show you that you don't have to be afraid. I accept you. I accept you. Ah, fuck. Even though you're mean and hateful and hurtful and you bully me. Oh my gosh. God damn it. Gosh dang it. There's spikes! Oh my god, my like brain like zones in on one spot of the screen and I can't focus very well. Oh my god, that's so unfair. Someone's yelling. Someone's yelling. Why are you yelling? because it's finally getting hot here and someone had the heat set to 75 even though I turned it down. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. Gigi, your food stinks. His food stinks. gosh. I tried to dash towards that. That shard. I tried to dash towards that shard and I'm failing. I'm failing. Whatever. I barely touched it. I should have crouched. Ah! No! The cord's caught between my toes. Okay, that's better. No! No, I didn't jump. What? I hate the stupid spikies. I did you a favor. You aren't a mountain climber. I'm just trying to help you. None of this would have happened if you listened to me. Oh gosh, she's going crazier. Oh no! They move? Ah! Okay, this is hard. How the heck do I do this? I know I need to launch myself, but I can't figure out the timing. Oh, I almost did it. Ah! No. There we go. Why do some of them launch me so high up and I can't get the others to do the same? Damn. Whatever. God, that went really fast. What do I do here? Oh my gosh. Do I need to like wait for that platform to go away? Wait for that platform to go to the other side. Hi, Dran. What did I... Oh my god. My eyes are not focusing.
Man, this is a Wendy's.
Man, this is a Wendy's. Oh my god. I'm supposed to hit her, not leave the level. Hello, I'm locked in. I'm so locked in. Chat. Oh, fudge. Fudge! Hours later. Level complete. That's funny because it's been 2 hours and I'm almost on this level, I think. Next level, but harder. Real right now. But it helps to adjust my position. Oh my gosh. I cannot. How do I get past that point? Ah! Wait. No, it took me back. No! Oh my god. Ah! Thank you for that, Bat. What the heck? Why does sometimes... Okay. No! I didn't have a chance to even grab onto the wall. Of mind. You are a feather. Wow! Boop! Boop! Oh, I booped myself. Whatever. Boop. Just keep booping them. Just keep booping them. No, I'm not like pressing the right button. I am pressing the right button, but I'm not pressing it at the right time. No, why? I was doing so well on that part and suddenly I can't get the airtime I need. Boop. You just gotta say boop. You just gotta boop them. Be real, I'm not even paying attention to the laser. What? Oh, the crystals broke. Fine. You win. I guess you don't need me after all. If you want me to go away, I'll try. That's not what I want. I need your help now more than ever. Please, let's work together. Work together? You're joking, right? It's okay to be scared. Aww. Aww. She accepted the bad parts of herself. Level up. Ooh, double jump. Double dash. No, no, please. Oh my god, this is so cute. We're friends now. How did we do that? If we can climb like that, maybe we can still reach the summit. You still want to climb the mountain? Why would we go back up there? It's good to see you two playing nice. Hey, thanks for talking some sense into me earlier. Don't mention it. I'm glad I can still be useful every now and then. Madeline! Madeline, you're okay. I ran down to help, but it looks like you're doing fine. Thanks, Theo. Honestly, maybe that fall was what I needed. Is this the part of you that you were talking about? She's like an adorable goth Madeline. Hi. You were right, Theo. I shouldn't be afraid of her. If her and I work together, I think we can still finish the climb. That's so rad. Wait, no. I didn't agree to this. You said we'd talk about things first. You're right. I understand that you're scared. But we both know that this is something we want to do. We have to try one last time. Yeah, you've got this. I don't know. We were so close and then we fell. The mountain tore us apart. Yeah, that happened. Ah, hi! Welcome! Crystal, hello, hello! How are you? What were you doing? What were you playing? Can I get a shout out? Without her, because I do. But if I go right through me,
Hurry out, everybody.
Hi, very, very eepy. Go eep. Go rest your eyes. Thank you for the raid. If you need to raid and run, I understand.
There was tarot cards last
We
round?
were just chatting. What were you just chatting about? We played some marbles because I was genuinely cooked. Very late workday. Oh no, I'm sorry. Hope you can rest. You deserve to rest.
Okay. It's not an obake.
That's not done. I lied.
No!
Phasmo, oh my gosh. But I have to believe we can put that behind us. Hello everyone, if you don't know me, I'm Mashi, Golden Retriever Cottage Core Variety Streamer. I play cozy games, I play games that challenge me, story games, things that make me cry. I miss Phasmo. We should play Phasmo! It's been a while since I've played Phasmo. I have to believe we're capable of this. What chapter are we in? I forget what chapter we're in. But we just finished this level. See, I'm so down too. I gotta see if I'm in your server. Re-download it. I have my group server. I think if you do !_ Discord. I think that's the right one. Oh! We did it at the same time. It'll still be difficult, mind you. But I am amazed you got as far as you did, butting heads like you were. Homie, don't ask to play. Feels bad, man. No! I reckon you could make it if you cooperate. Okay. I'll try. Can I help? You've already done so much for me. Let me hold your bag at least. Good idea. This won't take long. Yay! Chapter 6 complete! We got the double dash. So exciting. Oh my. It did not feel like I died that many times. Wait, how many times did I die? Wait, did I? Okay. It's getting less and less. Oopsie. Oh, I can listen to them. Oh, this is like... Return to map. That's like the harder... B-side is like the harder version of the area or chapter. Look at us go! We're flying! They make it sound so epic, and here I am just like freaking dying over and over again. Yeah. I forget this game's been out for a It has. It's been out for a while. I won it in a giveaway, so I wanted to play it. Dang. Ida, the horse is here.
The horse is here.
Sometimes my controller doesn't want to go the way. I can hear the controller. Sorry. My mic's a little sensitive. What in the... Wait a damn minute. This is difficult. Okay, maybe if I can get one of that. No! Yep, this is my life. This is my life. What chapter are we on? Oh my goodness. I can't! I can't do this! I give up! I'm never reaching the summit! Oh my god. Why did I do that? There's pink. I wanna like... I'm running out of stamina. This is so hard. Holy heck. Right on the spikes. What if I didn't go to that one? What if I went to this one? And then... No! Okay. I know what I need to do though. Ignore... We have a double dash now, so we don't have to... Oh my gosh. All I know about this game is I have not the skill for it at all. Neither do I. Oh my goodness. Oh! I'm letting Madeline down. Testing your sanity. Yeah, I'm testing my sanity hard. And chats. I'm testing chat sanity as well. Oh my gosh. I just want... I don't even care about the strawberry. I kind of care about the... No! Oh my god, this is so annoying. Okay. Let's see. Look at me go! We're getting the hang of that. If you say so. This one doesn't stand a chance. Stop jinxing it. You got food, Gigi. Oh, look where we are. My goodness. I know. I think the cat is trying to negotiate peace terms. You think? I think that's him just being needy. What is it, Gigi? What is it, Gigi? What is it? He wanted his laser. We got him a laser pointer. He's been going crazy for it. Look, Gigi. 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 Oh my god, I wish I could put on the camera. Oh my god, he's so funny. Gigi. Laser. Now he's not chasing it. Oh. What? I don't know where it went. What? Gigi, I didn't touch it. I don't know where it went. Sits there patiently. Gigi. He does this the most raspiest meow I've ever heard when he gets excited. Very good. Very good. Oh, I can't dash. I can't dash. Let's see. No. Where the hell does that jump pad even lead to? Hello? It leads to the spikes. It leads to doom. I know what I must do. Not do that. Not do that! 1 hour later. Okay. Very good. How? I don't. Huh? Bro, looking at this couldn't. Huh? What are you saying? What did you say to me? It's Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. That's correct. Okay, am I supposed to like... Hold on. No, no. Oh. What? I landed perfectly. Oh my god. Landed perfectly on the freaking spikes. Your starter is Trico. this spot. God. What if I... That's not a way out. Cash. Oh my god, I'm so struggling right now. As if I haven't been struggling for the past 2 hours and 38 minutes. Is it fine? I'm gonna try it. It's called Celeste. You should try it. Why can't I get through this little crevice? There's like... Like, she keeps going at an angle and I want her to go straight through it. Oh my gosh. See, how do I just go... The game is hard. I know it looks easy on the other side, but it's hard. I'm threatening my keyboard or controller. It's a rage game to me. I cannot get through this part. Oh my gosh. just waiting for something to go wrong. No matter what happens, I'll be right there with you. You know what's really scary? I'm starting to believe you. You subscribed? Thank you for subscribing with your Prime. I appreciate that. Oh my god. What this is for. I don't exactly understand what this is for. Maybe it's to like get more air. God, why can't I go underneath the freaking thing? this one, and then we're gonna go to that one, and then we're gonna go up. No, not like that. I need to be smooth with it. Ah, fuck. Why rip? I did it. My tummy's been hurting all day. What did you eat? McDonald's a sue. Why did you think eating McDonald's was a good idea if your stomach was already hurting? Yeah, of course it's gonna make it worse. It's McDonald's. Are you kidding me? I don't know. Oh, that's naughty, naughty. Now look at you. You're suffering. Why can't I get that fucking crystal thing? It was just a little treat. That's so baloney. I was literally on it. Oh my god. I was literally on. What the? Oh, it's because I already have 3 charges, isn't it? Oh my god. How do I get this? What the fuck? It's like, I need to get into that tiny... I need to get into, like... My mouse isn't gonna show, is it? Ah! I'm gonna scream. Why can't I get this stupid thing? Ah! No! Oh my god. I've gotta work tomorrow. Gotta head off. Good luck, Mash. Adorable. Goodbye, Nya. Have a good day at work. Tomorrow. Get lots of rest. This is why I don't play these fucking games. Just kidding. Can I go like from an angle, I wonder? Yet we still do. What? Play these games? My bad, I'm on my final brain cells. Well, why? Why are you on your final brain cells? I'm getting rage baited by a fucking strawberry. Buy a strawberry! Because I know I can do it. No, I can't do it any... Friday. Yeah, Friday. Did you have a long week? Ah! It's not pay Friday, I get paid next week. Oh, I get paid every Friday. That's my big girl job. What in the... Yeah, it's pretty nice. Although I get taxed to hell. Don't remind me. I'm sorry. I could have had my Miata. Oh my goodness. My friend has a Miata. Miata. Oh, you almost beat the game? Yeah, Joker. Are you proud of me? Nice job back there. Look at you! Miss Positivity over here. You're so supportive. Don't push your luck. Oh, fuck me. Spicy toilet trip? Oh, God. Strawberry strikes again. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? I fucking hate this level! Taco Bell ass comment. Spicy toilet time. Fuck. Fuck! Oh my god. I hate this. I hate this so much. I want to play Celeste again now. The game is so good. I want to experience it again. It's so good. The story is so good. I'm just so fucking bad at these games. Maybe if I go fast enough, I can fucking get the coin! Oh my god. Now the question is, should I delete my old save file just for the memes? Did you do every like B-side cassette? Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Ah! Why did I don't know why I fucking did that. Give up on the Iron Man mode. What the fuck is the Iron Man mode? Die, you restart the game. Holy fuck, I would unalive myself in Minecraft. Oh my god, I can't get this fucking coin. God, why is it so hard? I cannot, like, turn away. Ugh. Like, oh my god. I'm gonna have like 1,000 fucking deaths because of this stupid room. Fuck me! Jesus Christ! so close. I'm getting really annoyed though. Like, am I close? Is this the final, like... I don't know. I don't know. What the fuck? Oh my god. Or the strawberry on top. Wow! I'm very, very annoyed. I'm trying, but I'm getting angry. Fucking god. I'm so done. I do not know if I'm in the mindset for a game like this right now. Go lower on that wall, maybe? I don't freaking know. God. Fine, I'm great, I'm wonderful, I'm not crashing out. I'm not crashing out at all. I can do this, I, like Joker said, have confidence, die over and over and over and over and over and over again. You know, just keep dying. Just die and die and die and die.
Have confidence. No confidence.
No confidence. You're the most Morrow to have ever been Mosh. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. I want to be the Morrowist Morrowist Moshi. Why I went down there.
It wasn't that hard.
Really? You didn't leave behind anyone you cared about?
Well, I did have a girlfriend. May.
That gloomy girl who sighs a lot?
Yeah. Everyone in the Fire Nation thinks I'm a traitor. I couldn't drag her into it. My first girlfriend turned into the moon.
That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
No! What the fuck? Nemo, hi Nemo. I'm crashing out currently. I'm so freaking Oh my god. I'm so glad I'm playing this right now. Oh my god, that was really dumb. Crash out at Celeste, not Madeline. Just crash out harder. I'm angry at this mountain. I don't like it. I would never be mad at Madeline. I am controlling Madeline. It's no one's fault but my own. Okay. What in the world am I doing? Why am I'm getting like so scared of the fucking goop that I'm missing my shots. But look how fun, this is my favorite game ever. I'm sorry I'm gonna soil your favorite game. Because I'm bad at it. Why do I keep doing that? Almost at the end. I know. I'm never gonna make it if I can't get through this stupid hotel again. I hate this hotel so goddamn much. You're mega lagging right now. What the fuck? Really? Why am I lagging? Sometimes the real jumps are the friends we made along the way. No! Yeah, it's a hotel. So right now we're going back through every level we've been at because we fell through a crevice at the bottom of the mountain. So now with the help of our other half, we are gonna make it back to the top. Oh, did I not get the strawberry? Oh my god. I swear. Can I go back? I swear I got the strawberry. Oh my god, I didn't. This is gonna be impossible. Whatever. I don't care anymore. Oh god. What is the point of that? I guess it opens up a platform. Oh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Now before you full blow crash out, think about the controller prices. I'm not that violent when I crash out. My sister used to like bang her head against the controller when she got mad at a video game. God. Is that a secret? I don't know. My controller met the TV screen once. Oh my goodness. I feel like you would still throw controllers, Shade. Mrs. Chunk just followed. Thank you for the follow. I've heard you get mad at video games. Goodness. Oh my goodness. Just because I get salty doesn't mean I throw things anymore. Okay, I believe you. Tap, 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 tap. Thank you for the head pat. Fuck! What the fuck? How am I supposed to... I have no idea how I'm supposed to do this. Oh my god. Maybe if you look somewhere other than your character. Fuck. Hope you don't mind. I stuck into your Discord server and I'm about to drop a music nuke soon. Hi, Gigi! Hi! I need my Gigi. Where's your laser? Where's your laser? Is this what you want? Is this what you want? I don't know what drop a music nuke. a music nuke. Nuke. Ah! Okay, what is the point of going over there? Why are you going over there? Oh my god. Ugh. Ugh. Why can't I fucking suddenly not reach this? What? What did I do? Dance party, dance party, dance party, dance party. That's a speedrun strategy? What do you mean? What's a speedrun strategy? I swear, I freaking... I reached it last time! Am I supposed to climb the walls? Oh my. You saw me do it the first time though! I literally got to the other bubble and then I went... Okay. 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 Now what? I'm stuck. Do what I do best, to wing it. Ah! I need to stop yelling. I need to stop yelling. I need to stop yelling. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Everything's okay. Just fucked myself. I just fucked myself. Go holla at your girl. No, this is fucked up. Alright, I snuck into the active Discord. So many new people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 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 I accidentally said hi to Crystal twice. What the hell? Where's my... Okay. I feel like I need a tall glass of liquor. Goodness. Oh my god. It feels bad, man. You realize you left your music player in your car. Can't you go get it? I'm gonna freaking cry. I'm literally gonna cry. I just want to beat this game. Too lazy. Well, sounds like I won't get to listen to the nuke, the music nuke. Player is downloaded FLAC. I hope Mr. Oshiro is okay. Why? He treated you like garbage. Yeah, but I still care about him. You didn't have to snap at him like you did. Whatever. I mean it. You're way too aggressive. Well, you put too much energy into bad people who will just end up hurting you. Mr. Oshiro isn't a bad person. He transformed into a monster. He tried to hurt you, and now you're defending him? I'm not defending him. I'm on your side here. I'm mad at him too. Might still be in that hotel if you hadn't forced the issue. I still hope he's alright. Okay, I'm sorry for snapping at Mr. Oshiro. Thanks. It's in the past now. Why is that there? Other than to torment me. God, I'm trying to jump on that. There we go. I don't think a music nuke is welcome. Is in the welcome channel is welcomed. No, I don't think you can post things in there unless it's like to greet someone. I hate. I could be playing Pokopia right now, but instead I'm suffering. Ah! Come on. This is so hard on controller. I don't get it. My hands are so sweaty. You had it. I'm dying. Ah! I cannot. I know. Yeah, I do need to use them wisely. I need to. Okay, I need. Dash when it's ignored. Why can't I freaking... Oh my god. Goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, It's so hard to control. where I land. Because if I don't dash, I can't. What am I supposed to do? Like, I can't. Of course, there's snowballs hurling towards me. Okay. Oh my god. Ads, BRB, sign up for a unique credit card experience plus getting auto insurance comparison. Don't forget to do your taxes as well. Oh no, there was spikies there. No. Don't remind me. Yeah, I still need to do my taxes. Stream just randomly muted itself. What do you mean randomly muted itself? Nothing on my end was muted. That's weird. I don't know why. Running into the snowball, even though I know it's coming. Or whatever the fuck that is. I don't even know if it's a snowball or what it is. I'm not gonna worry about that. No, Gigi. What? Oh no, Gigi. What? What is it? Throw it in the closet? What's the light on? potato, probably out of battery, but you can make a battery out of another potato.
Cool. Can you give me a sec?
Alan, you are so.
Alan, we are so fucked. Okay, I don't... Any tips on how to do this one? Gigi, what are you doing? Quit my job a few weeks ago and they deposited a full check to me today, which I am not supposed to have. Tip is get the small block out of the way and I'm not gonna spend it for a good long while in case they claw it back. Oh yeah, that's smart. What do you mean get the small block out of the way? Oh my god. This block? Oh my god. Small block kills big block out of jealousy. goes under, not over. I did it wrong again, didn't I? Why can't I just do things correctly? No! Oh my fucking fuck. Bruh. Oh man, with the amount of F-bombs, I might have enough to buy nothing. Wow. I'm sorry, I say fuck a lot. Oh my. I just don't understand how people like speedrun this. Why did I? Keep going so I can buy a Honda Civic. A Honda Civic? Practice plus talent. I've had a ton of practice, not very good. Some people are just built different. Yeah. Some people build different. What the fuck? Why does it like make me go at an angle when I'm not even like pushing my joystick in an angle? Wait. You mean like with a controller? Or like with a, just like an arcade stick? I use the D-pad. D-pad, I have to get used to it. Maybe that's why my jumps aren't very precise, because my stupid joystick. I saw a dude beat this game with a driving wheel meant for racing games. It was very entertaining. They real I use the D-pad and jump skiing. Oh my gosh. Dude drifted his way out of the game. That's really funny. 10 out of 10. Oh my god, please stop jumping over the bubble! Yeah, I can't use the D-pad. I've been using the joystick all game, so it's kind of hard to get used to the D-pad. Why? Oh god. Are you kidding me? Okay. That wasn't that bad. Are you kidding me? Like, there we go. Jesus. Fuck. Can't get the strawberry. And then I get the strawberry and I immediately die afterwards. Like, come on. Are you kidding me? I can't dash. I just have to let the wind carry me, I guess. Ugh. You did the strawberry much better the time ago. Right after grabbing it. Right into the frickin' spikes. Strawberry. Oh my god. really can't get past this part, can I? Ah! Oh my god. I forgot how this works. Not as bad as it was. It's okay. Hi, glad to wake up to Mashi's stream. How are you? Hi, good morning, Luna. How are you? Oh my god. I'm okay. I'm getting a little frustrated. I'm powering through though. Hello from the Amish community? The Amish community? You guys have Twitch? Brother Bolton told me I could watch streams of the mountain climbing game. I'm a good person, only slept for only 6 hours left. Oh, I haven't been getting very much good sleep either. Very many hours of sleep either. Hold on, I'll read your message. Give me a second. I'm locked in. Yes, we have toasters that play Twitch streams. The horse and the carriage gets reception. Yes, we turn good butter. Brother Silo. Yes, we installed this thing called Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi? Yeah, I wasn't sure if we'd make it. Maybe you were right. Maybe this is too dangerous. No, I was wrong. We can climb this mountain. I've got your back, and I believe in you. That means a lot to me. Yay! They're so cute! Oh man. Yeah. Okay, I need to lock in with this stupid... Oh, shit. Good night, shark. Oh, that's no good. You named your horse Miata? That's a good one. Nordic? Yes, I did. My next one is gonna be named Civic. Oh my god. Oopsie. Thank you for the follow, Mimi Doody. Doodle. Mimi Doody. Mimi Doodle. I'm sorry. I just called you Doody. Nice one. Duty is crazy. God damn it. Fun fact. Gun fact. Or fun fact. Is this a gun fact or a fun fact? I had one named 2015 Mercedes S-Class, but it ate some twine. Bruh. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't have a key for this. Somehow I need to get a key. E30 and E38. This is not horse related. E30 was my favorite ever. Classic Beamers are my favorite. Just gotta make sure they maintain. Mahi, what are you even trying to accomplish dashing like that? I'm trying to get to the bottom. Are you saying I shouldn't dash? I wanted to get the bubble. Why can't I get the bubble? Mahi. Okay. Oopsie. I mean, I've dashed before, but never go my food. Never go my food. You're dashing, you're wasting dashes. I'm panicking. It's almost 2 a.m. My bad. OMG, I love Celeste. Do you? You're not gonna love it after you watch me play it. Oopsie. No, you'll still love it. But you'll be ashamed of me. Oh my goodness. Left is for the strawberry. Very valuable. No. We love Celeste Senoir. Welcome back, you guys. Chica and Senoir. So how do you suppose I get to the bubble? And my sister played it because I'm super awful at it though. I'm super awful at it too, but you know, I'm by locking in. Yeah, by locking in. You're correct. But if I lock in, I get all quiet. Dashes. Oopsie. I'm just trying to like good. Oh man. Glimpse of locked in Mashy. Yes. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying not to dash as much, but it's really hard. Yeah. Whee! No, come on! The strawberry will be mine. The The strawberry will be mine. There we go. Okay. What? Okay, maybe dash twice. Okay. Okay, that's not the way. Amaze balls. No, okay, D-pad, D-pad, D-pad. Oh man, I jumped over it. Ah. Oopsie. You know, it's way easier when I don't have Theo on my ass. So sweaty. Bro's blaming Theo. Yeah, I'm blaming Theo. The level is a bit easier when I don't... Theo has your Insta though. Don't be surprised when you up. For the head pat. Oopsie. Oh my god. Oh my god. See, I like panic dash. Okay. Wait. I need water. My controller, sorry, it was in my lap. Okay. Mahi, I may be partially still asleep, using half a brain and groggy. But why are you playing like this? I'm not actually trying to be mean. Sorry. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not trying to be mean? Because you know, this is my first time playing the game. I'm also sleep deprived and it's almost midnight. It's like I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying. I'm learning. Look at her. She's ready to go. Delta. Hi. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm doing amazing. I'm doing awesome. Oh my goodness. I'm also like, my hands. Why? My hands are sweaty. Mom's knees weak, mom's spaghetti. Oh yeah, time zones. Yeah, those exist, you know? Ah. If anyone ever used the old Puck mouse from Apple, it was terrible because it was round. If you didn't hold it just right, your cursor would move at a weird angle. For games like this, that's how I feel analog sticks are. Oh no. Yeah, I agree. The old Mac mouse's mice were really weird. I can't get this freaking button. Wait, you haven't been playing Summit for... What? No. Huh? No, I was, at the... I did like 2 chapters. Oops. Um... 4,000. Hell yeah. No, wait. No, I don't want to restart chapter. I want to see all the chapters. Darn, I missed my favorite segment. True, sometimes I switch to D-pad for precision movement because the joystick... Yeah. You can return to map. Can I? You meant save and quit. Huh? No, so see, I did this one. I did this one and this one, and then now I'm doing this one. Progress has been lost. What do you mean? Are you serious? Well, I wasn't that far. Oh my. Oh my. Save and quit doesn't let you access the map. You telling me I have to get that key and that strawberry all over again? fault. It's all your fault. Also, the strawberry is saved. It doesn't matter, I wasn't that far. Now I know. Oh my god. It's fine. What the frick? Just like that, we're back, baby. Oopsie. That happened to me at what felt like a very stressful point in 6B. I survived the experience. I'm so glad. Ah! What the fuck? Oh, man. I don't like when it starts me from the beginning. Oopsie. It's okay. Precise movement this time. Guys, I think it's time to call it. I can't anymore. Okay, I'm back in this room. Back in the freaking building again! Oh, I'm coming home. Me when I fell in the cave. 5 hours is crazy. I don't understand how streamers do it. I'm more than done in 2 hours. You know, we built different. doing this all wrong. I could play Pokopia for like 20 hours. To get that without a marathon of Pokopia is much nicer on the brain than a marathon of Celeste for sure. I blink and 5 hours goes by in that game. I know, right? The first time I streamed it for 8 hours. Fuck. Okay, well I figured that out. Yeah, the stupid joystick is fucking me over. Blah, blah. Blah, blah. Okay, I need. I'm sorry. I need to call it. No ads. Get out of here. Bad ads. Mashi, if it's late for you, you should probably go eat now. Yeah, I gotta go shower and eat. Shower and eat. I want to raid someone. I signed up to be partner for this game. I signed up for the partner creator program. So let's go raid someone playing it. Shower time! Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I'll play like some morning Pokopia. And then we're doing like drunk golf with friends tomorrow as well. God, I forgot to shower for a few days again actually. How do you forget for a few days? I cannot let myself stink. We'll raid a new person, Goat Queen Vitani. They are playing Animal and Nook. And they're an Animal and Nook partner. They're super cute. They have little horns. Oh, they're a Pokemon obsessed goat. That's adorable. Okay, let's go say hi to them. Steal the cheese. Steal the cheese. Let's go say hi. They're playing Animal and Nook, which is, again, a game that I really want to try. I signed up for the partner program, so hopefully, fingers crossed, they give me access and I become partner. Good night, Delta. Good night, Shade. Good night, Luna. Good night, Senwar. Good night, Did I say Luna? Good night, Silo. Good night, my Amish friends, Hanya. Bye bye. Bye bye, everyone.